Alrighty. Let's do this. Got my water bottle full and got another soda as well. Now we begin. Food is good, but I'd rather get the money. I trust you were able to get plenty of rest. Good? Rest? Good. I hope we might take a moment to ponder our next step and perhaps reflect on our recent journey. I might admit my thought often drift to the mist continent in our stay in Trano. It was heartwarming to see them all persist despite the odds, and my own flesh and blood strive in the Leven-wrecked landscape. Spain was eager to restore diplomatic relations, and I have no doubt that Alexandria would provide much needed support for their neighbors. I too shall do everything I can to aid my home away from home, my wonderful, welcoming family included. For the time being, though, I say we accomplish all we've within our power. I suppose that just leaves the matter of preservation to research. It is yet unclear how Calyx learned the techniques he used to create his Dark Primal. And though it is wise and much the remains unknown about the key, let us hope that Shale's efforts bring bears more fruit. Can you hear me? Shale and I have reviewed the decrypted files and have uncovered some intriguing details. Would you care to join us? We'll be right with you. Excellent. Shale seems rather eager to speak with you all. Come and find us in the Deuterin lab when you're ready. You know what? Actually, I looked at it. There's only 5 quests, so this is actually good. It might not be as long as I want. Uncanny timing indeed. Let us make for the containment complex. Head for the containment complex. Right this way. Courtesy of Shale's decrypted efforts, the previous inaccessible research object section is now available for perusing. Person protocol. For security reasons, containment complex and 10-29 has been registered as a material distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their task within their designated work room, the research commons, the proto labs, or the Drac'to labs. Entrance into another work area without official clearance is restricted. Carry your security cards at all times. Your clearance level dictates the area in which you have access. Look at your regular at all times due to highly confidential nature of the research material and other data managed within the complex. Preservation retains our ownership of the right to modify the memories of all registered personnel. The primary research object of Containment Complex 10-29 is the indefinite preservation of the Mnix. Continued improvements to the soul cell and regulator functionality are intended to facilitate the endless fiend's management of living memory. It is via this process of iteration that we endeavor to identify and resolve all issues inherent in endless creation. Chief among known issues is our present inability to control the key, or if we fail to secure the reflections on additional source of ether, our ultimate goal will remain forever out of reach. Complex Director Demetrius, Proto-Lab Chief Esphonius, Tutorial Lab Chief Redacted. Fun. To the new lab. Where's Wokalamau? Look. Wokalamau. Given that all the data is stored within an electronic device, Shale's expertise has proven invaluable. Is it voiced or not voiced? Feels voiced.
Ah, you're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents. A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter. While Calix doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calix appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity. Which, of course, explains why they were able to instruct Zoralja in its use. Thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the Source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
The Milala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Oh, part of it wasn't recorded in sound.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. It shouldn't be a problem.
What do you think? We don't even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
Interdimensional key.
Give me a moment.
We have to keep Shale. At least let us keep Shale. Can't keep Speen. Have Shale become a Scion.
My word.
Ishtola?
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory. The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
I mean, it was made by my original self, by Azem.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarot.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
I mean, a bunch of times when I activated. It reminds me of Azem's crystal. Do you know I have Azem's crystal?
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azem?
Yes.
A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
What do you mean?
My apologies. Hello? Yes, this is Cryle speaking.
Walk-shade. Walk-shade. Walk-shade.
That was Ojika with a message for us.
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure. Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian Annex. Though disappointed we were not present, she appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons. Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
You'd best go. Though I'll not deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
The debt is ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
Actually, I should like to stay here a little longer, if you don't mind.
You are most welcome.
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care, I assure you.
Well then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
I just lost one of my... Nice. I just lost one of my D&D dice. Even the preservation will not unlock the secrets of the key. It shall come as no surprise that we too struggle to understand its nature. In any event, do give to Taru my regards when you see her. I ought to mention that we all uncovered information unrelated to the key. According to Shale, certain confidential reports are now accessible via devices in the Research Commons and Director's Office. You might wish to peruse the files before you depart for Charlotte. My colleagues have been just as saddened by your departure. Till we meet again, safe journey. Well, I'm not one to not look at the files in the director's office. Let me see if there's other areas that I can go to just to see if I can. Examine tablet, duplicate memory, duplicate memory. It will be Alexandria World Family Program number of functional principle governing endless research. Amongst that, there was strict prohibited a memory duplication. However, it will be in the wake of the storm surge. The provisional government sought to revise his prohibition and make one key exception: Queen's Fee. The decision was ultimately made to equip her endless counterpart with a Tiara variant regulator, thereby enabling the route unlocked for her memories. Intriguing it was Master Calyx who objected most sternly to this proposal. It was his assertion that one's corporeal form, whatever flesh and blood or endless constructs, it is nothing more than a vessel, and the vessel is to modify and experiment upon, and certainly required. Memory, however, was sacrosanct and inviolable, the very essence of life, and personal. When Master Calyx eventually acquiesced to the provisional government's request, a number of this faculty's personally duplicated their memory to verify the efficacy of the technology. Yet Master Calyx refused to even entertain the notion. To this day, he has avoided creating even a single backup of his own memory, a resolution which I myself have chosen to emulate. Weird. Well, not weird, I get it. That's what he thinks memories are the soul of the people. But memories is not your soul. Your soul is your soul. He's just creating nobodies. From from Kingdom Hearts. Right. Cable tablet, do you have any new information like Bruce? Nope. But I'm gonna use one of my tickets. I had almost 200 of them, so. Blah, 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 blah. I want to keep as much as money as I can. Spending only 200 to teleport is keeping a bunch of my money. Mooney! My Mooney! I wonder if it's a little different. Well, no, this character hasn't done that. So I have an alt I play with other people because I want this character to be a bit more, how do you say, more me? I don't think I did the, I did not. Huzzahs! I have 1,000,000. Actually, I should put at least that 1,000,000 in here. Even if I am gonna be very low on Pune. God, this is terrible for me. Terrible decision. I only carry 8 cups. Ooh! Ah! Ooh! I really should finish Eureka. Thank you for your contact, Ojika. We come as soon as we could. Of course. Of course. I felt it prudent given the trouble Tataru was. How troubled Tataru was. Your concern is much appreciated, as it so happens we've reached a conversational junction in our investigation. Shiel and Ystola has matters well in hand, leaving us free to make this trip. The reference to is a relief to hear. Now, let us fetch Tataru for you. Why don't you take a moment to relax in the main hall? I'm sure you will all still fatigued from your journey. With 30 minutes for each quest, there's 5 quests. That's 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh. Yeah, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm okay with that much. Given how frequently Tataru is away on business these days, 'tis a little miracle we're in the same place at the same time. Only now it is beginning to feel like we're actually returned. Such fond memories within these 4 walls.
Planning your next journey?
Oh no, just reminiscing. Thinking back to when you bought this map, and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask. Welcome back.
Wonderful to see you again, Tataru.
I'm so glad you're here.
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned. Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention. Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star. I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with. But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures. For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the void. Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
A deeper connection to the void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
Oh, actually, I should start doing
It
this as a
is.
Reaper.
Alphino and Alizé were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken
I'm
a
gonna do this
dreadful
as a
turn.
Reaper. Meanwhile, a short while earlier, and
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Tural. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn servant, Galul Jajar. Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolol.
And for
Tuliolo.
Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Thank you for sharing your tale. Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Tural taught us that much. And now that we've returned, it's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolol.
Tuliolo.
Thank you. But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
Sir! Lapis Manalis is overrun with void scent. We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
What?
Sotium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection.
Shouldn't Zero
Is
be
that
able
another
to...
suspicion? Oh, no, no, no! Ah!
My comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose! Come on!
There's no time to lose. Come on! Come on! Come on! Yeah, I'm gonna
The
do this as a
Garlean
Reaper.
community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they faced...
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
We shall lead for Gotham
Thank you.
immediately.
I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
I want to do this as a Reaper or... Next part. I'll do next part as a Reaper. I want to fully gear the Reaper. And I am almost fully geared. Well, not almost. I'm as a Viper, I'm 779. But as Ninja, I am 780. Which is 10 level, I think like 10 or 15 levels below the max. But my is 765, which isn't bad. Clearly we made the right decision to come to Charlian. Though I dearly wish the circumstances of our return were not so grave. I don't believe we've seen in Thancred and Urianger since our battle with the Endless Fiend, have we? They too must have returned here at some point. I've been told Alphino and Alice have returned on to Tritius to request aid in the front line. They seem intent on rejoining the battle once reinforcements were ready, but I shall tell them to wait upon your arrival. I need money. I have no money. I am a crazy man with no money. Can you teleport me to Garlemald, please? And just like that, we find ourselves facing another emergency. Fortunately, there is yet a time for us to make a difference. Let us make haste to Trinium? No, they left me behind. Sorry to send you packing as soon from your homecoming, but Garlean desperately needs your help. How much is it? Oh, that's 1,000. That's 1,000. I don't want to lower that to set. No, I'm gonna use the money. I need a person who's. I'm gonna sell that thing, make money. Okay, I need to sell something else here. Why did I keep this? Because I can't make it. I know why I would keep the birch. Okay, I can get it in living memory, so I should be okay for now. But the bright coins. Screw it. This one is gonna give me my dungeon. Do I want to do it as a Reaper or a? Okay, I'm gonna do a coin flip. Right. Heads. Heads, I go Reaper. Tail, I go Viper. Viper it is. So, this is when you're indecisive like me. There's a way to force yourself to make a decision. Now, when you flip a coin, and you don't like the coin's decision, you do the opposite of the coin. If you like this coin's decision, you just do what the coin says. That's how I usually make my decision. We're indecisive. It's been far too long, Drac'to. Am I be wrong? Well met, my friend. Now, Let us hearken onto Alphino's word. Thank you for coming in such short notice. I'm glad you are here. Why are you wearing short shorts in the snow? Ah, Drac'to. We made it in time.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are 2 focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
I think I'm going to solar duty first.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
I'll probably do it. I'm level 100 Black Mage myself.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent. They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
To the munitions factory. Oh, it's already unlocked. Is it here? Oh, damn. Well, I've often thought if I had been more adept in tending to the wounded of Solution 9, perhaps not so many would have been lost. I should do my utmost to see what I can do back on this battle with no regrets. Form party.
I stand ever ready.
I stand ever ready.
'Twould be a pleasure as always. I stand ever ready. I stand ever ready.
Let's give it our all!
Well, I'm going in, boys. And girls. And everyone. Last time I was like right away. Okay, let's talk to the people. Grahatia. Is the frosty climes that weather is so much a adversary as any voice that we ought not tarry. Even with Magitech support, the Garleans are struggling to beat back the Voidsent. We must join them as soon as possible. Time has once supplied the Imperial Army with all manner of munitions. The War Machina, like any other facilities, I am told it has fallen to ruin in the wake of the Empire's collapse. I can say I have your knack for dispatching Voidsent, but our time in Tyrol gave me many options to hone my skills. You shan't find me wanting. I have seen to my preparations. I suggest we sally forth. The cold wind snaps our strength. I think these are all people who finished. Ma-na-na-na-na. Man, where's everybody? I'm missing 2 here. 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Is there any triple triad I could do here? Actually, what is my fate? Did I not? Oh, I don't know. I'm rank 2 here. Nice. Oh, there we go. Things good. Portrait's good. The climb. Blah, 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 blah. The blah, 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 blah. The blah, 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 blah. We fight the void scent. Hey, nice. We have Viper, Pictomancer.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Appreciate the help. We'll handle things from here. Take care of the fisher.
Sandfisher? What is he fishing? Got a ring. We have a caster on our team, so I should pass on it. Alphys?
Welcome to my domain, mortals. My domain, mortals.
Ugh. Shit, did my book die? Ah, no, I'm good. Reminds me of Ormvale. Oh, nice, I got 2.
I think that's all of them.
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over. I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
It's weird. Not like a year ago you were trying to murder the crap out of me.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
Wait! If you do that, I will be trapped here.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate?
Sure, why not, kid? Foul beast.
You want to go back? To the void?
And why come here in the first place?
Your kind have entered this realm before. Some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
The wind is fresh and pure, untouched by darkness. Perhaps it won't be a blessing to meet my end in such a place. But I cannot yet bear to part with the void. If only the winds would blow there as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
We know that pain all too well. If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression Go back to the Void and devote yourself to its restoration. I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the Void from another world blighted with imbalance. I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the Void, I'm sure of it.
His form is imbued with the will of all those I have consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
Meow.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh,
Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
Dun, 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 dun. God, like weird amalgam. Oriange? With the second fissure sealed, I dare say the Void Sink incursion is at an end. The boys come a long way. All credit to Zero for nudging him in the right direction. Guraha? Points that not only absorb the aether of those it can do, but their thoughts as well. With such a legion of minds at their disposal, one hopes they prove a capable ally for Zero. Where's Cryo? Ulysses was quick to put our words, or rather those of the Dawn Servant, into practice. You have my heartfelt appreciation. Without your intervention, I have no doubt the casualties would have been far greater. Reports have begun trickling in. All accounts, the Ilsabar contingent was successful in containing the threat on their front. Our voice sent to attack is such number, just as we were finding our feet. I dare say I daren't imagine the consequence had you not provoked such timely aid, provided even. On behalf of my companions, thank you. Thank you all. Click arm. Just on duty, and now I have 3 quests left. Something heavy weighs on Tancred's mind. I am an hour and 30 minutes in now.
The Ilsabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control for the time being. Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, Similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
And across
One thing
the soul?
is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern. The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald.
Yeah. Thanaland.
Though it
Not
has since
Thanaland.
been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open.
Oh yeah, the moon. We need to go to the
Gate
moon.
which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
To the moon!
Oh gods.
Bang!
The moon.
Straight to the moon!
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's Burrow. I dare say the Loporrits are well aware of current events.
We ought to have Kryl join us once she finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the moon's void gate is second to none.
A number of my fellow Garleans now call Mare Lamentorum home. Alphino, Alize, please see they come to no harm.
Mare Lemon.
We'll be back before you know it.
That's the moon area, right?
A quick word, if you will. I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her?
Is it more bao buns?
Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void.
The bao bun.
She likes dumplings.
That's cute. It's all about the beans. Oh, thank God they teleport me though.
We're doomed! Doomed, I say!
Hey, Mapping Way.
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all! Yes, void scent, and lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the brands and halt the Fiend's invasion. But she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
Na 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 na. The very savior. I was frightened. I dare not move an elm. No, you look for Living Wave? I think I saw her heading southwest, toward the drowned brand. She has several slaughter bots in tow, but I worry they won't be enough for all the void set. You'd better hurry.
I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened! Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue. Aetherius is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest lubberate to ever live. I can practically taste the praise. Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through, I don't foresee any major problems.
Why did you have to say that, Living Way? Why did you have to say it? Just had to say it.
Oh, nope. We're doomed.
I'm gonna go jump in there and fight the thing.
There you are.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Okay, good. Thanks, dear. I mean, wife.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
'Tis Golbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
And they're fine. My friend.
By the 12.
Again, it's made by me. I mean, as him. It was me. It was kind of me. Past me. It was insanely smart, even for ancient standards. Bonded to behold the gift of Athos. Yours is a journey without end, constant journey guided by principle. Insertive? Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover. Unite the stars onto one. So I feel like Azim had his own plans. Let none bar your path. The portal. I'm opening a portal to the 13th. Everybody's saying this, right? Not just me. I'm not who's listening or anything.
The head in your way.
Let them come.
Can my friends come with me? I mean, I must not be the only one with that sees the oh, maybe not. Maybe I was the only one and saw the giant orange. Sun attack! Darkness wave!
What are you doing here?
Long story. Here to help. A visit felt long overdue. I like being flippant.
Only you could be so carefree amidst all this. May as well make yourself useful. The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Neat.
Enuo, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean.
Enuo.
They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of Enuo.
Of course.
Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
We're gonna change into a Reaper? Or unleash light? Ah, Reaper form. Flash change. Job change.
Void Scent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield.
Sure, Cecil. I mean, Zero.
Besides,
Cecilia. Zero.
What better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
must face me, a mere mortal.
Sure, if you think I'm a mere mortal. Miyamoto? Mere mortal.
Hast thou come in search of power, renown?
No, I'm here to kill you.
I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Look at my glowing swords. Which Final Fantasy is NOO form? Oh, he's a 5 boss. Song's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Oh, those silly looking people. Nice. Is there another Viper? Viper! Yes, another Viper.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark. Mine to wield.
Doesn't seem like I should be in front of it.
Perish.
Simple mechanic, don't be in front of the dark hole.
Be still. Accept your downfall.
Let's see.
I breathe the darkness. Let the light guide you.
You must break free.
Nice.
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with NOO.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us!
I will not yield my domain! Such is the power of the Void. Void's power is mine to wield. Thus did all boundaries cease to be. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
Damn it.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still. Perish. the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still. All boundaries cease to be. The Void's power is mine to wield.
They must be sealed away.
Hey, got the thing off. Woo! I am the winner. We jump. Wee. Actually, it's over. NOA reigns as an end. NOA end.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone.
NOA.
I presume you journeyed here to prevent more Void Scent from passing through the gate.
One moment.
With Enuo defeated, there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
The last of voice sent have been emerging from fissures across the source.
Cause for alarm indeed. Tell us more.
And gestures.
So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate. For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since the Romus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures open. Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until...
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
What of Radzatan and Garlemald? Eulus took mercy upon the interloper. Whether Void Sent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for her. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much. Wait. How exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its currents.
Oh, I can travel my own way now. Interdimensional.
And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Damn it. So it's only for me, for now. Oh, now!
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
So it is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
Alright, I need a... I'll be right back. the pain. That key of yours intrigues me. Had my former self known of its existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. Something for me. Here you go, have some dumplings. The smell of food, is it? Ah, recall Euless speaking of the dumplings his mother used to make. Thank you for the parcel and the fond memories. They're more than enough to share with Gold. Now that he forgoes the aether of others, I'm sure he'll appreciate the sustenance. I sometimes wonder what the Void would be like if culinary traditions flourished here once more, whether it would suffice to break the cycle of mutual consumption. A heartening thought, if nothing else. Yep. Till our battle earlier, I could not call upon darkness in some time. In truth, I find light a better fit these days. Ever since you left, we've been roaming the void in search of individuals who would join our cause. Though we returned to the Red Moon after sensing Inoe's presence, rarely do we linger in a single location. However, if the interloper you speak of doesn't intend to seek me out, it would be wise to return to my domain. Why don't you join us? With Inoue defeated, the source should be in no immediate danger. Good. We'll wait for you by the crater. I have 2 quests left. Actually, let me go to the source and see if the lady and boy is there. The wife and the best friend. They here? No, they aren't. If I was there, like, what the fuck? He disappeared again. I presume you remember traveling by Nosferatu. Once we reach the surface, the creature will convey us to my domain. There is a transporter situated between here and the center of the moon. I use it to travel to the surface in days long past, though I seldom have need once my generals were in place. Igiorm herself crafted the device that I might lay low the servant of light. Ironic that we now use it to seek to restore light to the void. Ah, forgive my Aito reminiscing. 'Tis time we make our descent. Fujiro's domain. Yeah. Damn. There was many in this domain who still fear me. I shall remain here to avoid needless provocation. Though it was not always so, many who live here now have chosen to do so because they support the cause. Indeed, if our numbers continue to grow, we may acquire more territory. Thankfully, we were able to harness the residual ether of Barbaricia's domain. Those reserves will enable me to expand mine as the need arise. Right. We have best prepare for our potential guest. Join me in my abode when you're ready. That must be Gomez. I would gladly consume his ether if I stood the slightest chance of not being gobbled up first. Breakneck. This massive break has been brought to you by my need to survive and eat food. And me taking my sweet ass time eating. You know what? I wasted a lot of time, so I'm just going to go to 0. Why is it so slow? I feel really sluggishly slow. I imagine you remember these transmitters we used to receive light from the first. If memory serves, they work by channeling exact ether first left in the wake of the flood into the crystal tower. Using the tower's cross-rift travel capabilities, light is then converted into the 13th and into these devices. I have a mind to use them now, but they'll need to be set in an elevated location. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated.
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends. They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Very well. This light is ample proof your comrade spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
It will seem Julius's intervention has helped to forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing me word of to me. I gathered you'll head home sooner rather than later. Let us return to the Red Moon. I'm sure you won't begrudge me a proper farewell.
Would you deliver a message to Euless for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here. The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us. Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears he's not in Mare Lamentorum.
Wait. Is that...
Gods, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either. Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
And who might you be? Not her Void-sent, I'd wager.
Amarut.
Greetings.
You don't need to do the question marks.
I am Helmarut of the Asians. We are your sworn foes, I know.
But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms?
She is poison ivy.
I wish only to talk. Thank you for affording me a chance.
Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yes, that is correct.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well? Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all. Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you. You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
As you know, our star Etheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients. As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more. Yes, it seeks to rejoin with all of its shards. Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment. All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole, and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Etheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Supposing for a moment we believe you, how can you possibly know all this?
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. The earth shakes, and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course. So many seeds of life have already been lost, yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not.
I'm pretty sure Azim
For
had a
nothing lies
condition.
beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased. I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star. It would be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections. Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Even if everything you claim is true, what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable!
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact that you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit.
Xenos? Wait.
Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Wait!
I think the visual of Calyx's Oak was worse exist on other shards. Halmarut can't Can't be speaking the truth, can she? The Asians once labored to resurrect Zodiac and brought back those who rendered up to their lives to summon him. For the sake of those who now live, we sought to tirelessly to oppose them. If Hamra doth truly seek a rejoining to avert the solstice, to ensure some survive, while otherwise all would perish, then our interest is not so disparate. Trust Nassian would be plotting something utterly reprehensible. You'll have to forgive me. I'm still coming to terms with all this. Though I am tempted to dismiss a preemptive rejoining as an utter absurd solution, her words are not to be taken lightly. There you are! One moment you were standing before me, and the next you vanished into thin air. Thank you to all. The voids have been eradicated, and the gate lies sealed. Once more, there's been nary a peep from the crater. Though I can't help but notice none of you seem to be sharing in my enthusiasm. Is something wrong? Hand gestures, wild hand gestures. Star seeks to become whole? But that's preposterous. As far as I'm aware, Heidelin made no mention of a natural rejoining. I ought to consult the records to be certain. But not before thanking you for dispatching the voice and so handily. You will well and truly save the day. More money. The implication of the solstice and the winter's scheme, as well as our approach, moves forward. Will take time to consider. To that end, I believe we should gather and speak in person. And by we, I mean in all our fellow Scions. For change of pace, why don't we convent at this Rising Stones? I'm sure Tataru and the others will be happy to meet us there. A fine idea. In any case, our return is long overdue. No doubt it could all use some respite from Garlemald. But I trust there are no objections? Has settled then. To the Rising Stones. Much is it to go to the Rising Stones for me? Yeah, I'm not using all that money. I only have 28 gold. Two more donuts. There was much and more to take care of in Garlemald. Even after tending to the wounded, I shall be sure to share a full report to Ojika. At times like this, the company of friends is all that more precious. In spite of times, verisimilitude? Some things into it. The sanctuary is surely among them. Seems leaving for Since leaving for Terrell, we've been almost constantly on the move. Feels good to put my feet up in a familiar stomping ground. It feels like a lifetime ago I first stepped foot within these walls. Though given we all experienced a lifetime worth of triumph and tribulations in the interim. Perhaps that's only natural. 'Tis a pity my stay in Tyrol came to such an abrupt end. I shall like to make arrangements to remain in touch with Shale. There is a thing that has changed since we last gathered here. No doubt Tataru is chiefly responsible for the prevailing state of tidiness. Speaking of whom, she and a great many of our comrades are en route. Let us wait for them a while longer. Look at me, I'm all cool.
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Apologies for our delay.
Oh. Ori Boulder and everybody else. Nice. The BT.
We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with, but we're working on it.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now, as much as I'd like to savor our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details?
Hand gesture. Getting blurry.
The Winterers and the Solstice.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Voidsent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Both the Source and the Reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation...
Complete annihilation.
Then what can we possibly do?
Complete annihilation.
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
I mean, can't talk to her
Given that
anymore.
we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this event.
Maybe, but I think she knew and chose to trust it in us.
So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
Oh. Excuse me.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, Hereon, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, it seems that is one mystery I am not destined to unravel.
Oh, come on. If you put your heart into it, you probably can. I hate to see her leave. I hate it when she leaves, but I get the same. Love to see her go. I helped repel the Void's incursion in Lapis Lamentia. Finding our fiend-controlled Galatea is something I won't rush to relive, but it was nonetheless good training. The latest development, it's indeed a shock, but I am heartened to see not a single face clouded with despair. Colonet and I have been remaining in Corvin to monitor the situation among the Garleans and the Corvoi. Although seldom smooth sailing, in times the region settled and we were able to return. Understanding the Garleans community has made good strides in improving relations with other people. Hearing that, I feel renewed zeal for resolving the issues in Corfis. Then perhaps you'll like to hear more of Garlean's accomplishments. For me and the twins, it seems it might stoke the fire even hotter. It seems our colleagues have much to catch each other up on. I shall brew some tea. Don't worry about me. I'm sure you've plenty to discuss with all the old faces. Calling us old? Because by no means an easy decision, but the solstice is now our paramount concern. Alice and I have opted to formally withdraw from our efforts in Golemon. After all, anything we can do to protect our world will always serve to keep the Garleans safe. Ulysses and his comrades are already working towards a brighter future for their own accord. Honestly, I'm more worried about us. Still difficult to see the path ahead, but hopefully we can get through with this and return to Garlemald with our heads held high one day. Oh, God, my sneezing got me not through that. Indeed. In the meantime, let us prepare a letter for Euless and the community. We mustn't let them despair or stay. We mustn't let despair stay our hand. Tataru is ever considerate. Facilitoria. Gracious am I to refrain from waifully discussion and simply converse with old friends. After Urianger and I went off on our own, we decided to spend some time exploring Drac'to. We never had the chance to visit during the Rite of Succession, you see. We journeyed east through Lorzenathia before heading up the coast to the frigid northern reach, where they revered a storied beast of the sea. The excursion only served to reinforce just how diverse Tyrol really is. We all met with the whale. We also met with the whaley. Though we have not the time to study their arts at length, we are privy to several intriguing demonstrations. Now that we could have indulged our curiosity further and traveled to yet another distant lands, for better or for worse, pragmatism tempered our wanderlust. Suffice to say, we will have plenty to see the continent. I shall very much like to return, given the chance. Even after discussing the revelation concerning Calyx, there is a great deal to share. It is difficult to know where to begin. Hearing our comrades' tales reminds me of my efforts to master pictomancy. Well, all come so far, strive so hard. Arnor and I were training in Gardenia while Voidsen attacked the 12s. Thankfully, we were all able to fend them off with the help of the Twin Adders. When I heard the invasion had already spread across the stars, I realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a confidential report sent to the other scions. That's why Tataru was so quickly appraised. Thank you. We were able to make haste to Garlemald. While circumstances and duty may keep us apart, we remain bound by common purpose. Indeed, may the purpose continue to guide us now that we've together once again. Oh, Arnora, I hope you'd come to your senses, but I see you're still in the thralls of Rastral. The brothers are reunited, yet a distance between them persists. How cruel fate is to force me to choose. Judging by your guys' Clint, your studies must have been productive. Indeed, I have more or less mastered the fundamental principles of Charlean astrology. At one point, I considered exploring other healing arts, but decided to persevere with more focused training to better leverage my skills on the battlefield. I don't think I've been much use on the battlefield these days. I was scarce to hold my bow steady, let alone hit a target. So sorely bereft of brotherly demonstrations as I am, I knew you still required constant supervision. You two haven't changed in silence. It makes me wonder how our colleagues that couldn't join us they are faring. It seems everyone has much and more to discuss with one another. Anyways, you're overdue for a proper break. The peace and quiet will help you think. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in Dawn's respite. Da 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 da. I'm gonna have a private conversation with myself. Is Azem gonna show up?
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating.
That's Calyx.
The mind distracted by the inconsequential.
Calyx.
You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination, a world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations.
That sounds exciting.
It was not my intent to excite. I have my own designs I would see realized, nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway.
Oh.
What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that true? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death.
Also defeated Oblivion.
Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost? I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may, it is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world. Fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering eye. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, Your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
In Shattered Stars Are Doomed to Mend, how turns the key to the Winter's End? Hey! Tales of the Heaven. You get anything on? The Solar. Anything fun in here? Triad. Amphilia's old. We really should use this space for something. This is my office now. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha. And with that, I've basically been streaming for 7 hours. Separated. Although I think like an hour of the stream was basically me just dicking around, or you know, taking care of a few things at home, and then eating food. Did I get a title for that? Trailblazer. All right. That is it for me for today. I'll be back tomorrow, but because of how things gonna work out, I'll probably be late. But I'll be back tomorrow with most likely Grand Theft Auto 4 rating. Alrighty. The plan was to separate it between days, but I had time. No, I really wanted to finish this early. Thank you for watching. If you can, like and subscribe. Have a good morning.